Oh. Um, sometimes a program, it just gives up. Crazy. Anyway, at least it was kind of near a breaking point. Though I can't really say that. Okay. Right. Always so cold, Fran. Can't I even get a good morning?
No such thing. Nothing's good ever happened until the afternoon, when people are actually awake.
What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management.
What do you want, Red?
I can't call you up just for fun.
Not if you don't want to get blocked.
I need you to find somebody for me.
Can't do it. I've got homework.
We both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class it's due.
And I've got sports.
You can't throw a basketball from a hockey stick.
And I've got a bidding war to win.
You're the only person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old Coochie? And Air Jordan vintage reps, Fran. I think you can take your eyes off the auction block.
Yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy, so.
I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top.
Huh?
I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
They've been really into self-prefixes lately. Self-prefixes.
What?
Self-motivation, self-actualization. I know how to say the words. Self-help.
Oh.
And he thinks you could really benefit from it.
You're lying.
He's got all the workbooks ready. Clearly your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of...
Fine, I get it.
I need you to find a local musician.
Musician. Knowing you, this will be electro swing or some awful.
Last name Powell or Parker.
That's all you got?
They'll be in David Asher's circles.
Wait, Asher? Working that?
That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on.
Don't go expecting any miracles.
I need this soon. Within the hour, ideally.
Within the... You know I have other clients, don't you?
Other clients who actually pay you? On time? A musician. Find him.
Hey. You've been talking over the phone. You're very animated, Adonai.
What do you mean?
It's just that you're very expressive when you talk to people.
Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking?
I see. I'll keep that in mind as we...
Wait, you really expect to tag along?
Of course, Father was...
Yeah, I know you want to. Why should I let you?
Because I'm capable and helpful.
Uh-huh.
I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more.
How?
I will subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey to procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning.
Subjecting them to torture.
I can help, Adonai.
How fast can you fill out forms?
Fast.
Congratulations! You're halfway to being a paralegal. You coming?
Right away, Adonai.
12:45 a.m. July 1st, 2086. Noble Employee Housing Building. Plate here. Penthouse dining room. Sorry. I swear I'm okay. Oh, Sarah! Unemployed paralegal? Wait, almost 200 kilograms. Oh my god. UAD. Likes martial arts, carbonation, collarbones. Dislikes static blackouts, elevators. Talents. I'm good at a lot of things. Skills. I'm not sure how skills differ from talents. I also like the 180-degree rule. What is the 180-degree rule? Okay. Hooray! Dot dot dot. Dot dot. Dot. You don't know? I need you to shut up right now. Says that the camera should be kept on one side of an imaginary axis between two characters. Oh, I did not know that. It's a filmmaking thing. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? Dining room! You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't. The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still. Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home's security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious, low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. An in-flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken into the emergency wing. I see. And the cause of death is? Being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0. And there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? They don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. Fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now. Unless... You suspect the designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense, given what we know and what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics. So whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. What's the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. Well, the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old's line-cut bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals don't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists, all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is that it's their families finding them in the living room and not beat-up cops. Fuck, I can't read. Only difference is it's their families finding them in the living room and not beat cops finding them on street corners. Cops. Real comforting, I'm sure.
If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement.
Not law enforcement, just a law.
Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated.
For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist.
I'm going to take a look around now.
Yeah, sure. Make yourself at home.
What's that face for?
I thought that there would be an outline
An outline?
around where they found Father,
Like in the movies.
like in film.
Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file.
Augmented reality crime scene. I see.
ARCS user pro, blah, 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 authenticating, downloading, initializing.
There is an outline. And so this is where he...
He died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And
And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for this ARCS.
They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same.
Where do we start?
You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting, even without looking. Wow, the body. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor, face up.
Does that tell you something?
Face up, like his back was on the ground, belly up. I do kind of like that they have like the same thinking face. Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it?
I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario.
The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect him to find him slumped over on the table.
But he wasn't found slumped over.
No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly.
So what can you conclude from that, Adonai?
Only that I'm missing something. I mean, how fast acting is the poison? What if he... if it did happen, as in, like, he took it himself, he just took it and then, like, got comfy on the ground? Better take a closer look. Oh. The red solo cup. 2 cups, one empty, knocked over, and one mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guests bring them?
I've seen them before, in the basement liquor cabinet.
He kept these lying around? Yeah, nap time. I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him.
Ark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however.
Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test.
Inconclusive could mean...
Inconclusive means inconclusive. That's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting.
Father's prints are on both cups, as expected. But there are someone else's prints on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night.
Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to...
Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to?
Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or...
No, there is space for a name, but the field is black.
Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Rios. Yeah? And there's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign?
Doesn't matter how nicely you ask. Sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor.
I was afraid you'd say that.
I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean?
It means that whoever these prints belong to has very proactive representation.
Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony, but their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation.
Fine, forget the name.
That easily?
Saponas are always an option, but I'm short on time. What did the witness have to say for themselves, Detective?
Paraphrase, they came in to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked, and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital.
Some peanuts.
Asher's condition got worse. All the witnesses' vitals were normal.
The witness had their vitals taken, and there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield.
That's it.
I'm guessing you didn't just take all that on... I'm guessing you didn't just take all that... Take all of that on faith.
Numbers set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So, yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Asher's drink.
I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the penumbra, can I?
Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it.
Lawyers? Plural? I don't have time to trade jabs with the law offices of Johnson, Johnson, Johnson & Johnson.
Say, how about I give you their business card?
The law offices of... Kotler? Gustav, Prince and Prince. Oh, that was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly.
If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch.
Yeah, I bet you'd like to watch.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. Needed a moment to think. So, that was it? One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect?
Look, they were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of cup. Even if they somehow did have poison in them, camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim.
But they aren't dead, or even ill, from the sounds of things. So, you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from a safe bottle?
That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, He fell ill and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body.
An unidentified foreign substance.
Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying. That's life.
One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera?
He left the parlor to get drinks and came back with him already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement.
The witness says that, not the cameras.
There's no cams in the lab or the basement.
That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully?
It's intentional. If cams or his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb.
Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage.
At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died.
Yeah, that's kind of weird though, isn't it? Worth investigating. Like, I don't know. Just saying, if I were to die, I wouldn't invite a friend over for drinks. Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old.
You recognize it?
Sure. He was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world.
It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison?
No, even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf.
So, we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned.
We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. I'm not watching more TV. Spilled alcohol. The arc shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. So does that mean whatever the spill came from must be clean as well? Which was from the cup. Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems.
All the docs were take-home safe. Nothing spicy.
When was it last used?
7:48 p.m.
Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide. Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Word calendar? No. Warm android blood saves soldier's life. Oh, wait, it's this one. Oh, this has more detail. Is it because they're subscribed? They paid, they're logged in. A brave private was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest trio station, he was carried safely by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. The android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, universal donor, synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I've no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic movement, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag, and then some, and people in the capital are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senior Senator Mathings said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with war models. This story's got people talking. If we just ignored our constitute's feelings on this matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians, and I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, oh damn, you're not— oh, no, I'm not logged in. I can't do my Wordle. This is that article that I've seen going around. But why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. Oh, military contract? They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as an unnecessary call, but can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it's saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilled all over the globe. Chair. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting, and one chair pulled out, a party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Police androids monitoring the scene can almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park.
Pardon?
Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before?
Because I haven't, in person.
David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its gin if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever. I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the run-down, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view's secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible.
Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows?
Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars.
I didn't know that.
Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse for more than—
Why did he care so much about his windows?
privacy. A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, and F3, E6, D4, CX, D4, and XD4. This is... Wait. Chess doesn't get up to... Chess doesn't get into CXD4 or NXD4, right? No? Yeah, right? I know chess sometimes has like letter plus number to indicate positioning, but this doesn't look like that. It's probably not a game. XY plane. I know, but like sometimes I don't know if there's like code names for pieces. I don't know chess that well. Not that it really matters, but okay. Battle ship, right? Would it be... Maybe it's a cipher? It could be hexadecimal, except no, because n doesn't make any sense in that case. Unless you no, it still doesn't make sense even if you exclude n. Also, doesn't it not go up to x? Yeah, that's not right. It's probably not. If it's a cipher, it'd be something I don't recognize. I don't know. Maybe it is a game. A message feels so broad, though. Couldn't the game and the cipher also be a message? Well, seeing how it's next to the chessboard, maybe it is just a game. Oh, okay. So it is a way for... Is it for chess pieces? Algebraic notation. Was he studying an old game or playing against himself?
Mac has checkmate in 40 moves.
Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it.
What do you mean? Do you not play Adonai?
No, especially not against David.
Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing.
Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too...
Boring?
Too fair. The smarter player wins every time.
And that is something you take fault with.
Of course. How's a gal like me supposed to win a game like that? Seems like that's everything critical on this side of the room. Which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here?
Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran into contact emergency services.
May I see it?
Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Scrape the witness's face off the pic first.
Don't tempt me. Okay. Pots. Door. This is a fridge? David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in a drawer. Some real cheap liquor stuffed in an icebox. Old habits. Rias, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement.
Huh? That's what the cams show, yeah.
There's plenty to drink right here, and unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry?
I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic?
Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment.
I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do.
So, when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, you...
I become tired.
What a great feature.
And when I'm done digesting, I
don't need to know. Next stream title. Do androids poop? Do androids dream of diarrhea? Okay. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out?
8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene.
I wasn't gonna ask that. When did the medics arrive?
8:08 p.m. Remember?
Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS. Came by air?
Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took him to Gatesfield. The very best if you can afford it. Looking around here, Seems like he could afford a lot.
He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people.
Cadis's executive plan for isn't like most people, Chancellor.
Not the silver plan or something? He had executive level. Not like most people at all. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guess, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2, or 1. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. So, whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. Three unwashed dishes and a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job.
Yeah, there are prints. Most match the victim. But there's also... hey! Don't sneak up on me like that.
All I did was walk over to you.
You knocked over the salt, Adonai.
I was focused on the task at hand.
Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod.
Adonai, the salt.
As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass.
That glass in the sink. They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera?
No.
So when did they touch this glass?
You need to toss it over your shoulder.
Witnesses must have thought about giving the guy some water. Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water. He would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon?
It's bad luck, Adonai.
Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames?
That's genius. You should go through the footage frame. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Mature.
It's bad luck.
What have you been going on about? Salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition?
It's not a superstition. It's an ancient wisdom.
Give me one logical reason to care, then.
If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag.
Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low. There.
You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene.
Yeah.
So, do you think you know what happened?
Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue?
Yeah, he's at Gatesfield. Along with a half-hundred noble megs who've all called dibs.
Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What? You can do that, can't you?
I can,
But
I need your payment information to get started.
Yeah? Okay. Understood. My way down.
got it?
Sync complete.
Sec pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty.
The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai.
How bad can it be? 12:21 p.m., July 1st, 2086. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. Oh no. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. Oh man. The energy's not packed, yet it's... the energy's not panicked, yet. But it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got him so excited?
Adonai, what does that symbol mean?
Is this rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one? Oh, in this rabble.
That heart with a bullet hole.
That's... oh. What? I don't know. It's probably nothing.
Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol or a following, or whatever these people are? And why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth.
They are?
Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try to catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah?
What are you hoping to find?
Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle? On Heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal. Oh! You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all that was human? Noble's advanced prototype went amok and started killing! Started killing random people? Don't be a lamb. It only looks random. There's a clear pattern. As long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay.
And how does one see past the bullshit?
Stop engaging. Smart kid, she gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's gotta be deniable ops. They must have been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then, as soon as they've outlived their uselessness. What are you, nuts? Wait, am I getting the... It's the same guy. Oh, wait, no, that's the mask... I don't know. What are you, nuts? Everyone knows that the first 6 HK were the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Worm androids are so perfect, no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other than over-engineered freaks. Wait, a bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion.
I see.
Stop seeing, stop moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn, slop asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on Harco crops? They're putting something in the food.
Those people. Heartbreak. This is...
Goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down?
What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this Heartbreak figure?
They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced, just like any other murderer.
But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious?
Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others?
They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have...
Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet, there's only one heartbreak.
So, you think they were just born that way?
That's my guess.
That's...
unsatisfying?
sad.
I don't see why it would be.
If Heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else.
If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them.
That kind of predestination. It means they never have to take responsibility for what they are.
The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch them.
You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer.
Just a serial killer.
Just?
If HKs shot someone every day, it would take them 1,232 years in about 11 months.
In order to have killed
413,789 people.
You did that in your head?
I'm good at mental math.
You counted the leap years. But what is the significance of that number?
Deaths within 18 months of the Blakefoot. Death within 18 months of the Blake Fort industrial disaster. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Tack on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead. There wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time.
So you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to.
So please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse.
Keep walking, pigs!
Fascists!
Hey, Noble owns the cops! Only the cops they build in their factories.
Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit?
You want me to wade into a crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong?
You know what I mean. We're the only people in this city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just... That's just part of our job, detective. No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges? I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count?
Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open?
This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai.
Breaking out the thesaurus on me? I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than a percent rounding error in the grand scheme of things.
Do you tell that to your clients?
No, but they come to appreciate it when I win.
I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago, and we all agreed to them.
I don't recall voting for it.
Well, not voting is how things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. The very least we can do is take their criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority.
Only with authority being challenged.
They treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change... So if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do... And if corporations and governments will tremble over people the same, regardless of their character... And if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing... What do you do, Adonai?
The hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple.
It's not as complicated as you think.
In times like these,
In a world like this,
the only logical way to live is
the only moral way to act is...
do whatever it takes to win. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice.
If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul.
Just fight with both barrels.
And trust the opposition to do the same.
Winner takes all. If I had tea, I'd sip it right now. But I only have a water bottle. 12:59 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Emma's not gonna die. Come on, ours. I say confidently, for sure. Thought. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. Oh wait, hold on. Before I start, are there things? Yes, there are things. Oh my, the evidence. I haven't looked at this yet. Okay, hang on. David's cup. Plastic cup that David Asher was drinking from. Forensic that shows that his fingerprints and matches for his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests prove inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. Okay. Emergency console, a penumbra security console located inside David Asher's kitchen, used to contact emergency services when he fell unconscious. A private emergency service was contacted at 8:04. Medics arrived at the helipad outside via VTOL at 8:08. Said private emergency services contacted through David Asher's insurance. Executive IV plan. David Asher's health insurance policy with Caduceus, paid for through Noble Electronics, includes private EMS services on standby. Caduceus only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans that outrank it. Oh, okay. What do you mean there's plans that outrank this? There's what? How much more insured can you get? Salt shaker. A salt shaker that was accidentally knocked over during the investigation. The cap was loose, so salt spilled all over the countertop next to the sink. Okay. During the investigation, spilled salt is a common dialogue according to some, consuming to some according to Sarah. Okay, so this wasn't even happening during the murder. This is just a thing that happened while we were investigating, and will probably come up again. With what Sarah said. Upright cup. A plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it, found upright on the dining table at the scene of the crime. Saliva and fingerprints match an unknown individual. Contains no traces of foreign elements. Water glass. A glass of water found in the sink of the David Asher's kitchen bears the DNA and fingerprints of the unknown witness. No trace of any poison. Whiskey. Bottle of Rose River whiskey found on the dining table. Resident was removed by the known to be a brand favored by the deceased. Whiskey spill. Found spilled on the dining room table. After evaporating for most of the night, there's little left to test. No foreign compounds have been found, but the results are deemed inconclusive. Okay, so it's somewhat the same as a cup then, huh? Witness testimony. Statements made by a singular witness to David Asher's suspected poisoning and death corroborated by video evidence. Witness arrived at 7:30 p.m. Witness spoke to David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36. Upon returning at 7:38, the two of them continued speaking while they both drank. David Asher felt lethargic and disoriented shortly after 8. David Asher lost consciousness at 8:03. EMS called blah blah blah. And was this? Okay, so his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor. So, okay, yeah, so it's David who went and got the liquor. They don't have cameras in the basement. I'm assuming the witness just stayed in whatever kitchen. Okay. Article, right? Terms. Lake Fort disaster. We encountered an issue of processing your request. Oh man. Congestion ahead. We've currently limited traffic relating to this particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from net addresses outside your country's borders. We're proud to fight alongside variable user country in combating disinformation by foreign actors like those in variable user adversary latest. You can read more about how and why the tired of running to slow down. So are we, but maintaining a secure data border takes in resources. Contact your representative and explain why you think the national data security budget needs. Okay. Yeah, that was outside. That was me. Sorry. CDCA, Contraband Decriminalization Acts. Passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by Salon Rose and years about the CDC. One is considered the domino effect. Another major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to political so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few years. The gray wave followed soon after as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new gray market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs continue to fuel debate over the legacy. Okay. Cyberpunk. A mythologized counter-cultural icon or way of being. Turned coined a short science fiction story, the later having grown into a genre on its own. Cyberpunk or cyberpunk historically has referred to a counterculture centered around themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. Right. While the genre has persisted in modern times and role games, over the last few decades it's taken on a new meaning, kind of mythological way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to, a code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socio-economic consciousness. So-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Ultra critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: "There's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance?" Okay. Deniable ops. A fictional designation for covert actions whose existence are plausibly deniable. Deniable is a fictional for clandestine state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. Concept of online conspiracy theories often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through the media or addressed by world governments. Conspiracy theories are no laughing matter. My word. Okay. And that makes ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from the political ramifications of their military action. Okay. Designer drug. Any drug that is custom made as opposed to mass produced, typically outside of normal pharmaceutical industry standards. In common parlance, however, designer drugs, DDs, are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. Okay. Right, makes sense. Legalizing tax for all known narcotics and disallowed. Any drug patented after the white wave must go through approval processes. Yeah. Are we winning? Miko. We're in limbo. Oh wait, no, what's the word? We can't win because the house always wins. So what we can do is not lose. This time, lie creates a window of opportunity wherein organized criminals can step in to beat the demand of narcotics. Thus, riding the wave. Any mob killings against corporate government. Okay. Best New Deads 2086. Sup nuts. Suck my nuts. Subpeanuts. Suck peanuts. Suck peanuts! Oh my god. What is it? Subpoena? A court order compelling an individual's attendance or the provision of evidence. Legal order issued by the state on the yes, suck peanuts. Issued by the state on behalf of the prosecution or the defense that compels the addressed party to give testimony, provide information, or turn over evidence. Failure to comply with a sucky peanut will result in being charged with contempt of court. Miko, did you just wake up? Okay. Anyway. That was a bit... Right. Chatty guy must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that they have Caduceus Executive the third. More expensive than David's, which means they most likely...
How did you do that?
You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing.
That's not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly?
Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us.
Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name.
Haven't you heard of the Golden Rule?
Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated.
Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd either be eager to help, given the chance. Which meant he'd be eager to help given a chance.
Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated?
There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble.
That is not a very comforting sentiment.
Well, I think it's fun.
Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it?
Same as anything. Observation and practice.
You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then.
Sarah.
So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door.
I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it. Hello? Huh?
Oh, hey. Come on in, don't stand out there in the... Cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot.
What the hell are you talking about, Miko?
And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner.
Dr. Sato! Just a lady I wanted to see. Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not just some ad or junior means...
You can just call me Yumi. And you're...
Morgan. I represent the deceased.
The deceased. Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's, weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who...
I know. Weird, right?
Well, what the hell do I know? Was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. Gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home.
Oh boy. What is this? Water? What? Oh wait, no, this is... like... screen residue.
Are these all dead bodies?
One would hope so.
I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here.
Good night, Ars.
It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect.
Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor?
Huh? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal biobatteries, suspected CCIC.
CCIC?
Climate change-induced complications.
You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death?
Very, very rarely. It can be proved. What does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout? I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just... so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air.
Cool. God, cash on delivery. In chat. Actually, no, this is just Sato's profile. Oh my god, hello! March 3rd. I'm 73. Also, no wait for her. Is that just the thing that you can opt out of on your profile? You're like, actually don't list my weight publicly. Occupation medical examiner. Likes accessories, reality TV, palm reading. Dislikes social media, dress codes, ebooks. Loves to make new playlists, hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of my weekly meal prep. That's a lot of screens. There's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity.
Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am?
You can't just ask someone that.
Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back, there was a +1 in the spreadsheet somewhere and no one's ever corrected it, and so boom, I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps.
Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work?
Helps me use up the screens. I see.
Shopping bag? Or what? What's this? The hospital's getting renamed. No, this is some other hospital that got snapped up. Oh, it's a pad. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. In a ribbon coming ceremony held by Uptown today, Plotter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredible generous donations the last 4 years. Okay, makes sense. The latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. It wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renogen Medical over 25 years ago and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that are sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who would label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's Romania ceremony, Renegade board member Ray Ikaria had this to say: "In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that idea are..." We're working hard to print out the rest of your article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to go about it a lot faster if you'd leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info in the jar? The Ikaria. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever to get themselves a healthcare monopoly. New image, because another one was like, what, the stadium? All the nobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can, but that must go double for the Ikarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. She finishing up over there?
Right, okay, so what's up?
Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be,
What was the cause of death?
Oh wow, hi there. Cute android. Didn't even realize it was really cute. The skin is... that's remarkable. Okay, Jet, come on.
okay.
The skin is... that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell. They really are warm.
Sarah!
Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flush, felt like they were always running a fever, and they ran it like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted...
Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expedience. Can you hurry up?
Right. So, what can I tell you?
Cause of death, I guess. Were you able to determine the cause of death?
Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at least.
Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring?
Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system.
What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like?
Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation
through electrical stimulation repeatedly. Resuscitation? Oh, is that how it... Wait, I don't... Words? Don't look at me.
By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation. But it was too late. And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie.
Most of it?
Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show...
He wasn't a viable candidate for modding.
Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion.
Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises?
No injection sites, nothing in any cavities.
Nothing at all, huh? The police mentioned a tox screen.
Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on an emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the tox screen gave them nothing.
After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing.
So you were focused to conclude this was a natural death?
I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared the makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before.
What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere?
I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to. And even a few I sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound.
The fuck? So a designer drug, huh?
That seems to be the best explanation.
How did you do, David?
He said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered?
Those friends of yours, private sector folks?
Yeah, in pharmaceuticals.
If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record?
In the private sector, intellectual privacy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively.
Patent first, find a use later?
Yeah, the patient would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record.
Smart. Using international IP law as your own personal minefield.
How so?
Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago, and you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back, but for the rest of the field...
Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary.
I'm not a corporate lawyer.
So you came up with that strategy just now? So it's... Anyway, so it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified.
If it wasn't considered a trade secret.
Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility.
Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original.
Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure.
Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant.
There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes, from all kinds of places.
If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body, all told?
Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I guess that it must have been around 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot?
Not for medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then.
No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system.
Thank you, Yumi.
Of course. So, you ready to view the body? We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy.
Yes, please. Thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining. I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right. You had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake, and it came damaged, and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right, and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one.
I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands.
You were expecting something more drastic?
The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable.
Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there, I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least.
You're going to smoke? Here? Now?
I'll pay the fine.
That's not the issue.
Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio.
And some don't grieve at all, it seems.
I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? How the hell won't this thing light?
Adonai, you have your cigarette backwards.
Dot dot dot.
Alright, that's back into the cold storage for him. So, need anything else?
Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated?
Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just...
It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of its structure.
Well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake.
Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene.
True, people are always looking for a higher high or crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience.
No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time.
Anything you need, give me a ring.
That's very
Rockford's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for this whole weekend.
Glad to hear it.
Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you too, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah.
Man. 2:13 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Up on ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks and other tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory. National headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lockheed Quinn, Tethys, Neath, each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscrapers' shadows. Whalefall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful.
Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that?
Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative.
Synopsis. Relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there?
Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to.
History.
Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will...
How did you know my father?
What?
I'm sorry, did I interrupt your reading?
No. What did you ask?
My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like?
Can't you just scroll through all our socials? Can't read.
Father avoided social media, and your online presence is not significant.
You're saying I don't have enough followers.
Essentially,
We went to the same college.
you studied programming?
No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology.
Is that a good way to prepare for law school?
I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics,
What classes did you share then?
business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he
Was the first?
was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger, as he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help.
Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance.
What? Like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball?
You weren't?
One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. It was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tail of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied though, wanted to cram the rest of the night.
Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm.
Did I say something scandalous?
He's been called the founder of modern programming.
Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. It wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him.
You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying.
No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong.
You gave him a placebo.
He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. It didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in.
And the test?
B+, I think.
I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him.
I stole and lied for him, and David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper.
The Turing solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics.
One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but
it still hasn't failed any Turing test in the years since.
don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate.
What did you tell him?
I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early.
You are referring to his one-point doctrine.
Quality over quantity.
Simple and elegant, just like his code.
Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously, they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put the down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So, is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were in fact friends?
I am. But Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for?
That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand.
I understand, Adonai.
Oh yes, Sarah and Morgan's dynamic is really good. So I feel like especially with Morgan, like she wants to, I don't know, like her thought process and like her attitude comes off as pretty emotionless, I guess, or robotic. So I mean, there are times where she is emotional, but she just doesn't realize it. Versus Sarah, who is fully automated. I don't know. I'm not smart enough.
We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead?
Just tell him that David's lawyer is here. 2:49 p.m. July 1st, 2086. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Sub-lobby A8. What the heck? Okay. Company logo. Giant statues. Checks out. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby, waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least, I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses.
Adonai, is something bothering you?
Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. Wow, tall. Hello. They changed the logo again.
Noble Electronics.
How does it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you?
It's just the corporation where my father worked.
Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company.
You said it again. The company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you?
So it can't obey simple orders. But it can pick up on that.
Is it just a part of the corporate culture?
Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of analyzing. Oh, fuck. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So, imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable, at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. I didn't see a thing pop up, but I heard the sound.
To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, fuck. Like it's always been here.
That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere.
I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here?
Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. No, I don't have a better explanation. Watch.
So much energy, so many people, also intent.
You're kidding. You kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty.
But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays?
Well, the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess.
All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing?
Making work for themselves?
You can be very cynical, can't you?
Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. I mean, why not? Morgan? Question mark? Hold on, let me check some stuff. Off screen. Oh, right. Poison? Question mark? David's autopsy. 18 crossed out to 20 milligrams. Unappealing handwriting at the bottom of the document reads, "What the hell is talk screen? Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare." IO monitor. Generally used term for wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on a individual's vital signs. Okay. No other gods before me. Living on company time. Sorry. Commonplace amongst the affluent as an additional layer of security. Use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to extended use. Maybe if one's health is already considered or assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. New ability, slang term for new money, right? Families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation. It's meant to be criticized. How to marry into wealth. Okay. Anyway, Morgan. That's me. Hello. Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What is a name compared to your place in hierarchy? You seem familiar. You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David Sawyer. Oh, then we must have. Something like Catman. Yes, I can see that. Apologies. Let me first say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now.
As if it's a proper noun.
Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android.
Yes, that is
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think?
Good thing I sought out an expert.
Warm. It goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right. It doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they send you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope? It's in the building. In the building? That could be anything from down the hall to a half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size. Then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. You have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart! So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly, nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So, if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. 3:08 p.m. July 1st, 2086. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ, basement floor 9. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. POV, you're an android in the making. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time. But it's pretty rare to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. I better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime.
And I
Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Watch. What's being built out there?
Our top of the line, brand new bestsellers, the Animate 16, Warm.
Looks kind of cold out there.
We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics RD2 metabolic activity to a minimum.
That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal.
Oh well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process.
Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16 prototype. A16's prototype. Oh, it makes sparks. Like, yeah, there's actually, you know, it's the same 7 moving parts recycled over and over again. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from Lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together?
Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the Warm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle, and it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just...
Ew.
For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end.
Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them?
They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually.
What the fuck? You must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway.
Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out a half dozen of them, but...
Right.
They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move. Living limbs.
Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human.
High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity.
So you had to do the opposite.
Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh.
Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher?
Partly, he led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individuals' muscles around the chases. But the the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild of the VP of Android Futures, Helen Young.
Young. Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Young before? Sounds impressive.
He's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade.
So Young collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah makes the androids so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Young, did he partner with her on this? Chaucy. Thank you. I'm very bad at this. There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass, out on the floor there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end.
You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late into the process. Something out of place.
Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such, but it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red.
Oh, right, sorry. I barely noticed it at this point. The color's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. The chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without the chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. Inside of it carries weight. They change the color of the product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. How very Danganronpa of them. Since it was the same reason, right? Feels like I've seen this before. That's right. There was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer for short. Real high quality piece of machinery. Each of them built in-house by Randolph Mechanics. What does it do? Nano-level flash fab. Basically a 3D printer for nanomachines. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnosis, and provide a solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. Don't tell me... Okay, Don't tell me it's the same. They feed it into the nano printer and assembles the machines particle by particle. Like a ribosome building like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple amino acids. Must be time consuming. You would think, but Randall cracked a code on parallel microfracturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling, like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? Is it sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paperclips David could just have brought home from the office one day. He must have brought his own for some reason. Oh. It's like, who left a metal detector here? This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If DAWS does quality assurance, is it some kind of Android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? Oh. An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half-dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. DAWS? The inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have your employees losing focus on the job. It costs you... who knows how much is lost in who knows how much in lost efficiency. All other fashion in the world, we are contractually obligated to lop your arm off, right? Probably. Plus, with all the monitoring that they have, all the cameras and everything,
They already know whether you're not, whether you're carrying a knife or not by the time you get to TSA. If TSA exists or Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company?
Yeah,
Yeah, he says.
overdoses, that is not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days.
These days.
Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp.
Popped greens?
Yeah, used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow red after brushing your teeth, and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sink straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down.
That's great to hear.
The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge.
Yeah, I know, right? Awesome. What am I missing? Hello? Oh. Oh, in the box. I'm blind. What have we got on this data pad? Some kind of write-up? On the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, and in fact much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between those two ends, where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. Yeah, okay.
The Uncanny Valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear.
Okay.
I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the Uncanny Valley does in fact have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable. Point past which making an artificial existence any more human, more difficult and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns.
Oh, okay.
Implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach the point where the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological process. What then, we must ask? Oh, looks like you forgot to sign in, blah 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 blah.
Okay. The drug subculture found in corporate art has been fully assimilated into a drug superculture. Exactly. My corporate Adderall.
Surprised to find reading material like that around here.
Were they passing it around as a gag? Or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here?
Noble must be.
Wary of it, right? The worm androids are just another step to that. Isn't it? Oh no! I can't reload because I didn't save. No, my singular credit! Actually afraid of Sultan's Peak. If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast, now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire— Oh! Never mind. I'm fine. Never mind. I know the reading material. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah is any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. So horribly genius. Wait, if everyone's doing coke, why aren't we selling them coke? I can see, like, I don't know, like Hollywood headed in that direction.
Hold on, you ready to get the ad handled?
Thanks for humoring me.
You have it step into the scanner.
As he says.
Understood.
Hit. Oh shit, sorry, I hit the mic.
Right then. What are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here.
We theorized that it may have been Asher's pincushion.
Pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here.
What language is that on the screen?
Tess. You know, Tesseract? All Noble products and... well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now, this model, what's it go by?
Sarah.
This Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing, and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, the idea phases.
Wait, what? Idea phases.
Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage so large I can't... No, wow. You had to measure it using...
Sarah. Hell of a poker face.
Wait, decryption and signal hijacking, that's...
Hacking?
essentially...
Does that mean it could hack its own tenants?
Oh, no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its own tenants would be like... you stepping into traffic, or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do.
Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean that there are androids?
Well, no, there aren't crazy androids, so, yeah.
I'm the coolest ever because my dad is smart.
I guess my analogy doesn't hold up.
That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems.
The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model.
Can you lift a car or something, Sarah?
Most cars, it would depend on the center of gravity.
Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come up on top.
Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression?
And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says... that can't be right.
Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when?
Oh, right. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged.
That doesn't sound very above the board.
Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah, or when.
Any chance you can restore those logs?
Not here, not with this machine. I need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be?
Sarah?
I cannot answer that question with any accuracy.
I had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right?
Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There are hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there.
So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside.
Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here.
Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done?
Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally, we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know?
Oven? Gross.
Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit?
She is.
As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility.
Alright then. You're fine with the designation Sarah. We can set it to anything you like.
Well, actually... Never mind, Sarah will do fine.
Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks.
Not right now.
Last thing then is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenants here, nothing too far out of the ordinary.
23? That's higher than I expected, talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that.
Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant counts from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be, they only had 3 tenants total, and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, and the first lawsuits, then the hearings, and the legislature.
And the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite.
Companies wanted their asses covered, but customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force.
You sound like you don't approve.
I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to. Without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenants, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury.
Department of Advanced Defense Projects versus Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenants from a mandated list at the root of every ad's source code to a choose-your-own checklist.
It's funny, ads with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation.
What gets evaluated?
Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but
what price could they have possibly? That's a lot of digits.
You should know, these formula are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even.
Sarah is really David's last and greatest work. They say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number...
Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess.
Oh god.
You spoke differently back there.
Hmm?
With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed.
Like I copied his accent?
You seemed to mirror his effect, his tone.
It's called being friendly. What's your point?
It was just an observation.
You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why are you so... Oh,
Why are you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai?
for the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data.
And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer.
No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker.
An android can't get arrested?
People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great, you put us over the weight limit.
I didn't know such...
Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors.
Who's asking?
Vice President of Android Features, Helen Young.
Well, how timely. Shouldn't have assumed I still have the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up.
I'll redirect your elevator now.
Taking control of your elevator is very
Convenient?
forceful. As if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation.
If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle.
I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate.
Or just let the elevator drop. Jeez. Nine shitloads or 6 Canadian shitloads. 3:34 p.m. July 1st, 2086. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Executive Office Young.
Hello? Hello?
Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Let her stew. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. I always like this time. I don't know what voice to give her. Honestly, I'm pretty voiced out. I didn't. There's a lot of characters, man. Hang on. I always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you?
No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me.
You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year.
As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here.
Dr. Young.
Just Ms. is fine.
Ms? Ms. Oh, okay. Without the doctor. I thought my brain's so slow. I thought she was just like, you want me to just call you Ms? Okay. Ms. Young, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather.
No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you, though I could say the same. Also, I just suddenly remembered that I should probably save so that just in case my whole computer crashes, I don't have to start over from the beginning. Okay, great. Also, I haven't seen these. SARE evaluation. Evaluation of Android's financial... Okay, takes into account the SARE's only... totals to a very large sum. Homofuge. Manufacturing machinery that processes organic fluids used in the production of warm androids. Oh, the red stuff. Or the pink stuff, I mean. Manufacturer. Okay. Okay, articles. Terms. Flash fab. Flash fabrication. Method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. What? Nanomachines have been around for about a century. The time of recent years since flash fabrication, the use of demand for nanomachines has exploded. Scientists, doctors, and concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction has been raised, though the official stance of the nanolife industry. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Okay. Purge. Vomit. Yes. Tenets. Programming framework underlying the development of modern automated dependent software. All contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the Tenet system, allowing users to design or designate a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. And talk, I swear. So, like, you know, the laws of robotics. First adoption. Number of supported tenants has ballooned to 113, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value, increasing the decision time lag of programs. Okay, makes sense. Originally, the one tenant that could not be removed from any program was TNT Safety 0, aka Tenant 0, Tenant 1. Said tenant dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. Right. After the decision reached in People versus Full Stance Defense Contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required. Though Tenant 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Oh. I mean, I get why it's not in, like, military and security related androids, but not, like, what? Not even in the maid type of, like, not in the vacuums? Like, vacuums don't need to kill anyone. But what if they do, though? They mobilize all the androids. Yes. The programming language for modern automated dependence. Tesseract 4.6, better known as TESS, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was much greater variety in a number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. No! All the funny programming languages like Chef, and the Shakespeare one, and the LOL cat, which isn't really a programming language, but more just the fancy skin. Your Birch Neo Noble might want an all-in-one maid, bodyguard, chef, etc. I guess that's true. Like, quantity over quality. Today, Tess is virtually unchallenged as a global lingua franca programming language. The study and teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. Okay. Damn. All those individually to flex. But even then, they would all still be able to do everything. Because that would, I mean, if they could do everything instead of just one task, you can swap them around. Like, oh, androids 1, 2, 3 work on this. And then next week they'll work on something else. Young. Helen Young. December 9th. Height, weight, blood type, occupation. VP of Android Futures at Noble Electronics. Likes red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, waiting. Languages, fluent in 3, enjoys attending baseball games, hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. Oh, Evan Dawes. August 1st, height, weight, blood type, occupation, chief supervisor, Android manufacturing quality control. Likes hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practice handshake. Struggles with solving captchas. Hair starting to gray. Okay, anyway, sorry. What were you saying? Oh, I'm sorry about your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years.
Yes, we did, but as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help?
She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great, but that must mean you know why I'm here.
I don't want to make assumptions.
No need. I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over, and every person I speak to.
Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android. It's not one of ours.
You can tell that quickly. Got all the faces memorized?
It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes.
If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently.
David asked you to take it. I've been told you've been to David's estate already.
The police gave me full access to the scene.
Then you know that he wasn't alone last night.
Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. Don't tell me. It is her.
I was that witness.
Really? Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Young is his superior, on paper, though not in fame, and I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Oh. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation?
Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak.
I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you are well within your rights to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So, why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind?
Eventually, you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record open. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion.
Still, that would have taken time. Time you could get Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen.
Touche.
And...
So perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well.
You're doing this for my sake.
No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic.
If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? You went to his home last night.
Yes, around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly.
He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person?
We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited, and he let me in, and we talked.
About?
The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves.
How long ago was that?
7 or 8 years ago?
Miss Young?
Putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later, that he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me.
A firm reply. What happened?
8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view.
In other words, she stayed on camera.
He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep.
You tried to wake him?
He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system.
Didn't think to use your phone.
No, I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The number's emergency protocols summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could.
Oh, okay. So that's why he was found there?
He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived.
You went with them to the hospital, I take it?
Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean.
So did David's, for all the good it did him.
I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do.
You seem certain that it was suicide.
Yes.
Why?
As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here, said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you?
Curious, restless, perfectionist David. No, I guess it doesn't. Look quick. Oh? Oh, evidence. Water glass. Glass of water. Oh, right. Because she was there. I'm wondering, like, how did the how did the spill happen then? If David's cup was here and it looked like stuff spilled out of it, but she said that he drank it all. So what why was it on the table? He spilled it earlier before he drank the last couple bit, and then they just never bothered to clean it up. CCE. You said CCE standard operating procedure a moment ago. What is that?
CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate and espionage.
Any theories right now? No. my brain's pretty slow on the uptake. They have to kind of almost basically say it out loud for me to go, oh. Oh, well, I mean, I guess there's since the nanofacture, we made a point to mention the, what's it called? You know, the compounds. Or yeah, right? And it comes out as like a little liquid. And I was like, what if he drank the nanomachines? And that's why he got fucked up. But like, but like, you know, I don't know how nanomachines work. Like, would it even be like a poison? I thought nanomachines were made to be in the body anyway, so like, why would it harm? Or maybe, well, those were for androids, so I don't know. Or maybe it's like they were supposed to be in your bloodstream and not your stomach. Okay.
Which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense. You understand?
So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned.
They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations.
They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops?
Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in the hospital bed while our position sits vacant.
Sorry. That's smart. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources.
It's terrible. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources.
What the heck?
That's nothing compared to what they want to turn an asset. Compared to when they want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady. Or become our mole, and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks.
That's a nasty piece of work.
It's a nasty line of work. Consulting.
I'm sorry?
That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV.
So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually...
It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting?
How the hell am I supposed to remember? So, do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack?
Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a river corporation, the company would have seen a company.
Oh, from a river.
From a rival corporation,
I can read, I swear.
The company would have seen it coming. And they'd probably have struck first.
Malady. Like melody, but not really. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups?
There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time, under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was
inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular.
you don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that our entire sales model for androids was adequate and self-defeating.
The two of them made the 1-point doctrine. That's not the story I've heard in Noble's commercials and Noble sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I've ever heard from David himself.
We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day.
7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not going to happen. We're nowhere near finished and the day is long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on the sinking boat and I've just stopped pitching water. And he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stare blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. Had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, David and we had finally gotten a win. So David asks if I've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle, because he wants to toast. Oh.
So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell.
Sounds like a good memory.
Plastic cups and liquor, that was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us.
Welcome back. Okay. History with Noble. As a VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you?
That's correct.
Didn't you join the company at around the same time?
David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game.
So was he unpopular around here?
Not unpopular, no. Not the great David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps.
How so?
He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it just... Not everyone could work at the same pace as he did, or as long as he did.
Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep the pace with David? They couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I don't see any at Young's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So, you would say that his work-life balance was...
Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company.
Fascinating. So, was he in harmony?
No. David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. I'm sure you're more than knowledgeable than I am on the subject.
Right.
What do you mean?
I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings.
Scandalous.
It's Android or Watson. Uh, yeah, yeah, pretty much. Also, the credits don't carry over as credits. They're saved as the store credits. So, oh, Yon's story is here. Oh, okay, Yon's cup. Right. CCE. Okay. Animate 16. The A16 only oh my god. Sorry. The A16 only entered production this year, correct?
Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday, and we began shipping in the first quarter.
I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids.
I played my part supervising the launch, yes.
Weren't you the one who designed Synatonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts.
I'm surprised you heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, Synatonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it.
Took the reins?
He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible.
David did all of that? That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15?
No, he used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon, he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas, and eventually they came to follow his lead.
Just like that.
Just like that.
So he just applied himself and soon he was leading other departments?
That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was.
Maybe they weren't paying him enough.
The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years.
Oh. Okay. Sarah! So, this android, Sarah. Even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from.
It's not in any of our systems.
I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project?
Pet? No, he never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me?
No.
Never.
Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card.
Companies' accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody. Not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it from the mailroom, or you can hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom?
Oh wait, no, that's not her.
Not since the 30s, just a figure of speech. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record, but no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself.
I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal, except the hacking stuff. So, why keep it a secret?
I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results.
Oh no. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you.
Difficult day for all of us.
Oh, a message from Fran. I'm running out of leads to chase. That brat better have good news.
Are you really gonna take this to court?
That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of whatever he's been accused of.
And that's what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide?
I guess I haven't decided what I believe. 4:21 p.m., July 1st, 2086. In transit. Hang on. Witness testimony. Statements made by oh, okay. This was just the same witness testimony, but updated with her name. Okay. Would you kindly slow the hell down?
I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you?
That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different.
Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like...
What? Chen Jiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute.
Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape?
Yes, thank you. Because master would be cringe. ... No.
But since we left the cab, your heart rate has...
I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes.
Is that so?
Yes. Also, I didn't trust your hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith.
That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temperature?
You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket, and you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here?
The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it.
Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. The champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town.
It should be in view if we turn...
Okay, sorry.
Adonai, be careful.
Of what?
It's a stray, and it's bearing his veins too. It could be carrying diseases. You should...
Relax.
Adonai, it's growling.
It's not growling at me. See?
So it's just me that it doesn't like.
Too much static.
How'd you get it to calm down?
It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm.
Do you like animals?
What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals?
Do you have a pet?
No, never have.
Why not?
Because I don't want to take care of a pet.
That seems counterintuitive to me.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me. I don't need it to make sense to you. Said animal is running around the room right now. Great.
But
you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. It's like half the description of Sarah. Totally unrelated, yes. You shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety?
It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I have rarely been addressed directly by people other than you.
In other words, you're shy.
Not what I... Can I try petting it?
There's no law against it. 4:26 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Ultraviolets. Oh boy. Yeah, well, we don't see her eyes for the whole segment. Sarah's just too short.
This is the establishment.
Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims.
Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met?
I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night.
So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together?
That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about.
Inappropriate? Adenine, it's only
I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me. What was... Oh my gosh, hang on. Sarah, no.
Did you catch the killer yet?
No.
The hell, I sent you his position. I sent you his pos.
I'm at his position. I haven't even spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now.
Lame.
Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes?
Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect.
That's almost sweet, I think.
Asher started out working in Cube. So, in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand. Or something.
You know, that lit homework can help you with forming analogies.
Eat this analogy. Bitch. That come through, or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger.
I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it?
Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically.
But not Cube?
You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and like machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines, under the ocean, middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient.
A rugged.
Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. It's like from the 40s.
I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something.
Vague.
Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked.
What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai?
Not telling. Okay. Well, it's gotta be the person there, but... Oh my god, is that the Heartbreak Killer? No, spotted! I recognize the silhouette pose. Okay. The stage for the talent. Pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark, once you get past the bouncer.
Do you think they might have met here?
David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. I'm Heartbreak Killer. That's a real Ace Attorney name.
Because you found the walk so challenging.
Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous.
I see.
What's that face? You got an opinion to share?
The atmosphere is not bad in here, but the music isn't quite...
I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like?
Early 21st century punk rock.
Is that just you, or does that go for all androids?
I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them.
Wonder what they'd say.
If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock.
Debate settled. Raise? A bar stocked full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste in the gap between chewing and swallowing. So you can eat things?
Yes, I can.
What, like android food?
There is no such product.
So what do androids eat?
Online user guides for Noble's warm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whatever they need to eat is to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes.
Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety.
According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term.
Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food?
No, it is not like dog food at all.
Can you buy it from the pet store?
It seems that you can.
How is this something you have to look up anyway?
Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me.
Like what?
Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados.
Foie gras.
That sort of thing.
Wait, I don't know how to say it, but I am not paying for any of that. Is there anything else other than the talk? My classic up and down technique. Oh! Oh! Oh my gosh, I keep missing the pads. What kind of reading material gets left out in club? A tabloid interview? Exclusive sit down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials, and then double check to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Oh boy. Now get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's been called in perhaps the only truly unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's just an ego. Wait. People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin, so... You're certainly influential. After partnering with you NT saw a 3,000 increase in share price. 3,000% increase in share price. Yay, I'm happy for them, of course, but to be honest, it's a pain at times like this. She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless. Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty, act a little spoiled, keeps you young. The fuck? And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29 now and forever. Don't get stuck on a cliffhanger like the blah 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 blah. Heck. Well, however old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. It might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe. It's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's less powerful. Powerless. She can't even wear the whatever, right? I mean, I feel like celebrities in these situations are never super empowered. Trapped between a rock and a hard place, if she steps out of line, her sponsors will bleed each other dry in bidding wars for her wardrobe's limited real estate. It's no skin off her back. She's already got more money than she could ever spend. But corporations can't afford to not keep growing. So they never reach a point where they can afford to lose. If she's smart enough to take advantage of that, good for her. I lost! Okay, yeah, that's him, alright. Looks like he's killing time before his sets tonight. Oh no.
Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai?
I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I don't know. I think you got it right the first time. No, like, usually I get credits if I choose the right thing from the article. Oh, cube. I reported little to no corporate interest. Okay, yeah. Never Hydroponic is a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Oh, expensive. Organic. Vertical farms. Okay, right. The charm was a great investment. Yes. Oh, right. What I originally wanted to do. Okay. I don't know. Cool. Hey there. Also, I don't know if my voice can... See, at least with female characters, it's like, okay. But... oh, man. Okay. I'll just give him the same... hey. Some sick beats out there on the floor, right? Sick beats. Yeah, or whatever, man. Well, you a fucking cop or something? No! Fuck! Wait. Yes, I'm petty. Okay. Hearing about a Cyberpunk Red campaign that got derailed when the players figured out they could grow organic pumpkins in the... What the heck? No, we didn't. No, I can save and load fine in high roller mode. I just can't do it during the courtroom. So, anyway, Isaac Porter. What's up? My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. Right now, I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. Were you a friend from work? No. Over here. Thanks, Isaac. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So, what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. I think you missed a bus on that, then yeah. And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac, it's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we cut to the chase? No lines, no playing coy. Fine. Hang on. Don't know how Jet started chewing on a rubber band, but okay. No lines, no playing play. Fine, okay. Sarah?
Yes, Adonai?
The hell? Is that thing transmitting?
I'm not streaming any data, no.
Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Yesterday. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once, and I can get it on the record. Or you can hear the same questions over and over again from a thousand different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I'd seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth, but not looking with his eyes. It ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting his single gin and tonics sweat onto the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes, and he'd still sit there with the rest of he'd still sit there the rest of the night, unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticked me off. One night, things were slow and my set had been cancelled, and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he insisted on coming there, night after night. Just ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in and a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Man, did that tick me off. It was cute early on. Him being so passionate about work, I could barely pretend to understand. And I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until there was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were and how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I was just sorry. Ow. Sorry. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little. Wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him. Like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. Jet doing painful things? No, just... I don't really know. He never budged. I could ignore him for days, and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset, and just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me, because he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away, and still, I had this stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night, I called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant, or ad, or whatever. But he answered. First ring. Without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. Without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Ooh. Woof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He had made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt, but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life. After he let me walk out of his life without so much of as I can't even talk! Oh my god! That my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? Now, you're just the tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? Well, you don't have all the facts. And you do? Any one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go.
Your discography is very impressive,
Yeah, thanks.
and your range is remarkable. So it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think
Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere first, butcher them before shitting them back out?
I was not trained on any datasets that...
Pardon me. My mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing here because the rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that about?
It was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model, an early 21st century...
Not that. Why'd you talk to him?
I wanted to. I just felt that I should say something to him.
A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from people they want it from. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue. It doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll start gagging. They'll just start gagging.
You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai?
Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on. There's not much time left.
Is there still somewhere you want to investigate?
Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point. Yeah, right? That was so cold. Sarah, this is how to be normal. I'm very good at it. What was that, 5 p.m? No employee housing building area, Platea, penthouse basement.
The basement. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene?
I'm all out of time. How to approach this from the other angle?
The other angle?
You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the chessboard and all that. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel?
I've seen many mystery films.
Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? Should I save? Oh, right. I gotta also... Isaac Porter. September 18th, 183 centimeters. Weight, blah, 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 blah. Occupation, musician, bassist. Likes itineraries, grilling, champagne. Dislikes resistance training, producers, ads. Okay, makes sense. Best at gift giving, worst at folding laundry. Favorite quote, I don't do requests. Doyle this? Wait, I got curious about these. Okay, sorry. What killed David Asher?
Poison.
10 points.
There's a point system?
Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream?
He must have ingested it orally.
And how do we know that?
The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds.
And if he had inhaled it?
Inhaled it? Why?
Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them.
I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice.
Practice by answering my question.
I suppose it's possible. But highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler.
Right. An airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So all we're left is oral intake.
Eliminating the impossible.
Oh, Watson. Okay. Through evidence laid out in the story, the process of using cliches, tropes, and genre conventions. Oh. Oral take. Eliminating impossible. Okay.
What's next, Adonai?
Young's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home.
Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive.
Young was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned.
That all seems logical, and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here?
Minus 10 points.
Back to 0.
David left the parlor and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Young told us as much. and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story.
So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar.
Better, 5 points. Sarah. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet?
The police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches that poison down here.
So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again.
But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to...
If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself.
He wouldn't do that.
And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera?
From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar.
So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes, and he didn't poison himself in that time,
He would have a perfect alibi for the crime.
proving his innocence.
But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here.
I think there are.
What do you mean?
This whole building is coded head to toe in Penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every android on every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. Oh, right! The super long... Right! Oh, I forgot about that.
That panel is...
Manufactured by Connor Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse?
I've never given it much thought.
Well, it's been bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall.
You mean...
Signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before?
It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not... He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home.
At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence?
Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command.
Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that?
For the purposes of record keeping, yes.
If you...
I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in this room's walls and ceilings. As he theorized, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building.
Where are they feeding to, if not the Penumbra system?
Behind my hibernation unit.
A false wall in the back of the safe.
I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home?
Security? Beats me! He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money and odd becomes eccentric.
I see, I think.
I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time's short. Gather facts now and leave the computation for later. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. Police have been through it all by now, and they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case, can I make you anything?
Well, if you're offering, I'll have...
Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever?
Technically.
Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up. Maybe you'll find a mocktail you can climb... Maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder.
This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a ladder.
No, it's the step ladder! Sorry, my overreaction. What?
Remember, a ladder extends, but a stepladder folds out.
And?
It's important to know this distinction.
I'd bet my life savings that this subject will never come up again. Ever. Immediately, episode 2, another stepladder joke. No. Would they do Morgan dirty like that? Okay. So, is that the... So, is that the original?
It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine.
At least he didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see?
I see a meeting, or perhaps an encounter. Two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger. I think.
Great, I'm officially less cultured than a robot. Is this gay? Is this red blue gaze? Is this what I you know? Think there's anything else other than this? A retired attorney in the state of California, a Jew. Someone's talking about me. What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry?
What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising?
Did you ever see him use any of this crap?
No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking, since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health.
Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame.
Don't be so sure, Adonai.
Pardon?
The following is a true story, based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters a global bank on Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings. But the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the subject to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: "That man was all muscle." And the rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, when suddenly, the suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush toward the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality, and so great was the disparity between his two halves that, when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So, be careful what you say to a man like Father. Fuck. So be careful what you say a man like Father can't do, just because of how he looks on the outside.
Sarah, are you saying he has a split personality? Oh, an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Okay. I figured since they referenced 1981, when all the other year dates have been, like, well into the future. Sarah, every single word you just said was false.
Huh?
Don't believe everything you read on the net. Or that you watch in movies. Wait, no, I didn't. No, I didn't want to do that. Oh no, okay. They didn't fuck. Okay. I can still go. It's like, no, don't fuck me over like that. I still have things to click, I think. Even, oh wait, the thing on the floor. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation?
I don't know. I never noticed that crack before.
Might want to get those eyes checked.
There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation.
How? Did David drop a weight? A bunch of times over and over in the same spot? Alright, let's refocus here. So, there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh?
Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third.
How do we open it?
One moment. I see.
Got it open already?
I cannot open this door.
Why?
It is a Tethys basic It is a Tethys basics sturditure.
That anti-hack feature in the name is real?
It's a closed system, Adonai.
The hell am I supposed to do now?
Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters.
I don't follow.
When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating.
And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open.
It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around the 6-letter word?
Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? Girl, I don't know. Might as well try.
Was that your name you just tried?
It's 6 characters, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not exactly secure, Adonai.
Murder!
Anyone who knew you and Father were close could have tried guessing it.
I was just trying, Sarah. Oh my god.
Was there some word that only the two of you knew? A nickname?
Pretty much everyone just calls me Morgan. Not everyone. Oh, what? Her first name? No, that's not enough characters. But her full first name is too long. No. What else do people call Morgan? Adonai? Thank you. I was trying to go over all the nicknames that Morgan has, but they weren't the same number of characters.
It's opening. What was the password, Adonai?
You'd never guess. Oh my god. Did it feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech? And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here, and it all makes sense. It's a panic room.
Scary.
A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints.
So, when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives,
someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality.
I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates.
You mean you can smell?
Better than any human, and some canines.
So does it smell stale in here to you?
Stale?
It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer.
You don't think the console is password protected?
2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good, it's already signed in.
You're looking for camera footage.
I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, you search the video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices.
I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday around 4 p.m.
You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at that time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then.
Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty.
Try double-clicking. Did you try turning it off and turning it on again?
I have been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai. But they are encrypted.
Yeah, David did. Yes, he did set up that. Or I guess so. Oh yes, he is. Because Sarah came out. Sarah woke up calling us Adonai. Damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? What's the brand on the encryption program? If I rush a subpoena, they might have a backdoor I could bluff them into.
These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work.
Shit. If David Asher handwrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could... Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special?
Adonai,
Can you break his encryption? Yes or no?
with enough time,
And how much time would that be?
I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours.
That's a 4-hour window.
No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, process proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process.
2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started.
I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago.
Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time.
I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes, so long as the work required is rote.
So you're doing it in the back of your head.
Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the decryption process my full, undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive.
Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take this show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out the wall and find a battery?
I've copied the encrypted files and we'll work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready.
Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far. The computer's not the only thing here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, a platinum bar. His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. And down here at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo on the front, and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Oh man. It's that much paper. Hold on to this for me.
It must be very important if you're giving it to me.
It's certainly very heavy.
Was there anything else in there?
Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up?
It is a possibility, isn't it?
Maybe in a corny old murder mystery.
A wildly beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of...
There is something else. Your papers. Oh my god.
That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah.
It's dated to a few weeks back. Had he already made up his mind about all of this? If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was I just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now.
Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it?
Not if people realize how precious you are. As a collector's item. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. What are you? But Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this.
It's good that you do, then. I'm glad that father wanted me to go with a friend of his.
Yeah. This'll give me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college.
You can at least pick a charitable institution.
It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. Damn.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
You can cheer up in the car.
Hail us a ride
to the courthouse. Priority.
There's an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation.
That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there.
Upcharge is a multiplier of... The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7.
Holy shit. I'll prepare on the way over. You're far too murdery. I feel like this android ought to help you with that.
Very good, Adonai.
"5:48 p.m., July 1st, 2086. ...
Does it excite you? Going into courtrooms?
What do you mean?
You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses?
Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day?
Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were.
What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off a movie marathon from hell or something?
We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking, though he was rarely the one who suggested it.
So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway?
What do I get?
Why do you do it? What is your reason?
I'm not sure how to answer your question.
Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to.
I like the performances.
Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something?
He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors that I like as so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people.
I hadn't noticed.
I read the net, and I watch people, and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. They're also complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright, softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction, so these characters in their stories, they have a beginning, middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai?
What about me?
Do you like movies?
Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid.
Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film?
It was a long time ago. I don't remember. It's nice to see people with emotions. Um, compared to David and Morgan. Though Morgan's good at acting, I guess. Is that Dexter? I don't know. Sense of the State Building. Floor 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. I didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead, or that he'd have thrust an android onto my lap either. Oh, okay, yeah. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain, loudly of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. And now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions for the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at?
I can confirm that I am making progress.
Oh shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent.
Give it your best shot anyway.
4%.
Awesome.
Are you feeling confident in your case?
Markedly less so after hearing that.
Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument?
What are you talking about?
Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict?
Adjutants are always a coin flip, so you do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a rope and gavel when we get in there? who comically cannot follow along with the with the plot. She's gonna finish the script. Yeah, of course. Well, like, it's gotta be at the very end.
Should I not?
Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails.
I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents.
Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people, with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm.
So androids are used to reduce caseload.
Been that way for decades.
But what was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling?
Judges did fight it for years. Sorry, wrong wording. At every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants.
And it is not controversial, having machines determine sentencing for human beings.
Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, used to be that even the most high profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week.
And that's not rushing things?
Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure.
I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste.
Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? Within 3 days. You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick.
I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics?
That's a logical question to ask.
And the answer is?
That logic only gets you so far when it comes to people.
Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible.
Everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had.
Such as?
Disgust.
What?
That's all people really care about. What their morals boil down to. Is what they do or don't find disgusting.
Like cringe?
Like cringe. The only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So, when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras, and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with.
I don't understand.
Yeah, well, therein lies the problem.
Whoa?
Oh, 6:24 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Forum 48D. Oh my god. Well, okay, hold on. Before we start, though, I should have looked at this too. Commercial name for automated dependent judicial models. Emma! He made sure to save in the lobby. We didn't. Fuck. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get it. To get there. Yeah, fuck it, we ball. It's fine. It'll be fine. Adjutants use a 9-fold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, also known as a notary system upon software engineers. Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institution from across the political spectrum, an ideological contamination in adjutant units is practically impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an orthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly would be prohibitively expensive. Welp. The first break, was it a crash or deliberate break? No, it was a crash. Sometimes programs just decide to quit. And you can't do anything. Sarah's papers. Oh, yes, okay. Tax-free transaction, fortunately. David's contract. Here details compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitute breach of okay. Not a light read. Yeah, no shit. Okay. Alright. What if I clicked this? Oh, can I? Or would it? I thought they would prevent me. Oh. Okay. Oh, just not reload. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what if I had to go? All right. Hi, Emma. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look of her face. Or look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her.
That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep?
It's loading. Oh.
It needs to load?
Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk.
There's an audience.
You mean the gallery? That's nothing. Could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire, even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Rias or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping the text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are going to get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of the circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services.
What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed?
With all those films you watch, I figured you could extrapolate.
I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions.
Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case.
That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct?
Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual and the case.
What do you then? Sit here and watch?
Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, as long as I have discovery backing me.
You've said that before. Discovery means...
Just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation.
Which I can provide.
You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you?
And the jury? I don't see where they would sit.
The jury hasn't sat in an actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity.
And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them?
You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing, anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. Illegal in the case of 2043, Wright versus Edgeworth. Yes. There's a lot that happens in Ace Attorney that you're like, this is not right. But it's courtroom drama, so it's whatever. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with.
So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant.
Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternative interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect, or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less.
I think it's waking up.
Oh my gosh. Look, pose. Oh no, I have to, oh man, I didn't think, I forgot. What the fuck would you sound like? Oh, this third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD 84 Prince. Okay, I won't do that. I'm trying to think of who would show up so that I don't overlap too much. No, let's just give him the, I don't know.
This...
No, fuck. It's distinct. I'll just play it as...
This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD 84. Presiding. I call to order the case of the People versus Asher.
Oh my god. Loki, the VR goggles. They were kind of cute, but this one's scary.
Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. Or no, Your Honor.
No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here.
Very well. Did the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show started.
If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human?
What gives a machine to go on a monologue?
A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality.
Oh, I didn't know you had actual eyes under there.
Justice is beautiful.
Sarah.
Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian band, justice is beautiful. So, what gives me the right?
Oh.
This gorgeous butt. Duh.
Okay. Alright. I guess we'll go with the
Whatever. Forget it.
recalibrating.
Forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Maybe it was the weird impression I put on at the beginning. Crazy. Did a trial without me. They're guilty or whatever.
Your Honor.
Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a bug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide, as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize adjutants were so lively.
Recalibrating roll. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. Fuck.
What's that look for? Could it be your... trying to size me up?
Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor.
Good, because if you have your doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed.
That will be necessary, Your Honor. Oh, those are no. It's like a VR goggles, sunglasses. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable.
So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people called Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand.
The exact opposite of Santa Judge. Not really exact opposite, I would say. Maybe like a little adjacent. Because the bald Santa Judge is also kind of like a quirky comic relief almost type of character. Anyway, hello!
It's Yumi.
Oh.
Hey. So, how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability?
I do.
Good enough for me!
Much more passive, yeah.
Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not?
I was.
And when did you make your examination?
I started last night.
Well, technically 1 AM would be very early this morning.
I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Bro, put the chains down. Oh my god.
The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine until then. Cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks.
The hell? All I said was,
Yeah, what she said.
you mean sustained.
Don't get cute with...
No! My credits!
Don't get cute with me, counselor. Being cute is my job.
Goddamn, we've barely gotten started.
That seemed pretty bad, Adonai.
Making mistakes will increase your blind. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Or blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Cool, great, thanks. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. Yeah, no, this was, I guess, well, my credits were lost, but the blind thing is out of our control. It's like a vibes. It's a vibe check.
We should try to avoid being penalized in the future.
It was 1 credit. I'm still gonna cry. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough.
Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death?
He passed
away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? And what are the symptoms? There would be lightheartedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject has no wounds or reported illnesses, and otherwise appear to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before.
Wait, a clean talk screen? Clean? Dialogue would proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still choose to advance text manually with continue. You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Hover over the call button or toggle on Insight. Focus on the claims within a witness statement. Insight can be disabled in settings. Oh, okay. Testimony will loop until your call. Oh, okay. Oh, it includes that. Oh, okay. Can't let this chance slip. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Whoa. Whiskey. David's contract. Upright cup. Subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. Oh, wow. And the cards are coming out like that. Okay. Subject was healthy. The respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. When a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. It was puzzling to say the least. Okay, let me check again. Because, like, the below. Oh, wait, you're here? Adjutant 8084. Occupant adjutant likes raw salmon, running water, gymnastics. Dislikes criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Sign. Libra, self-assigned. Type. Open, obedient, observant, O people. 3 sizes. Okay. So it was clean. Oh, okay. That alcohol was, there was actually, it was not clean because there was alcohol. Okay. A very technical detail, but yes. I have evidence that directly contradicts her, so I just need to find the right moment to present it. Okay, the subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness and fainting. The subject was healthy. But when a tox screen was run in the hospital, it came back clean. Oh! After choosing to call on a statement, you'll need to respond with evidence. Look over the 3 cards that show up and confirm your card before the timer runs out. Oh man. Whiskey. Whoa! Ah! It's impossible for David Asher's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Ah! That makes sense. You got that wrong. No, that's wrong. Okay, good. Yeah, good. I think Danganronpa penalizes you for taking too long because they have a timer or something, which sucks because sometimes my brain is slow. Okay. And sometimes I can't aim. All right.
That makes sense.
And that scares you?
The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant I didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know.
Overall, a little more nitpicky than I'd like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less.
Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before.
That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor.
The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative words are hard to pronounce to work coming up with an original scientific fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega 3. The name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxology records. That being said, chemically it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato.
Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his tox screens showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure, except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here?
Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Which is a thing that I totally know. It doesn't feel like a suicide. David's autopsy died from respiratory unknown substance in the blood. Yon's testimony. Drank with the didn't see him add anything carbonated. Oh, didn't see him add anything. Right. Drank before death, negative for poison. Okay. No, that's his autopsy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Raise your bets whenever you feel confident. I don't have the option right now. Usually there's like a little heart in the corner, but it's empty right now. So maybe this is just tutorial. Okay. Yon's testimony. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen.
As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves.
How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. Oh. David ingested the Delta unknowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. Blackjack? Every... out of 21? Oh my god. During Blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit! Select the press option to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win Blackjack when you reach exactly 21. So don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions. Oh girl, oh my god, oh man. Okay. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument, and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Okay. Let me reread this too again. David ingested Delta unknowingly, and Delta caused a respiratory failure. He died of respiratory, and thus David committed suicide. Okay. The weakest part of that argument. The weakest part would be that David ingested the Delta knowingly. Well, we're sure it's respiratory failure. We're sure it's ingested. So, I guess maybe it's not Delta. No, but that seems really... That also seems like pretty... like... confirmed, you know? Okay. No, for sure it's respiratory failure. And... ingested. It also feels like for sure it's ingested. And like there isn't anything else other than that unknown Delta thing that was present. So like, but out of the three of these, I feel like it's this one. Because this just feels like, yeah. Shrug emoji. Dr. Sato, You were only able to even identify the presence of this delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Oh, true. It's like, we don't even know what it is, so it's like, we don't know if it actually causes respiratory failure, I guess.
Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. In just enough of any depressant, and respiratory failure would occur.
Oh, okay. Only simulations. Again, I don't think this is a pressing. Press weak parts of the argument. Right, but like, is this part weak enough for me to... Morgan, your eyebrow. Fuck it, we ball. No, wait. Okay. It's fine. You've ran simulations. So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person.
No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do, given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention, highly unethical.
Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described.
Was there a question in that statement, Counselor?
You don't actually know for sure, do you?
No, not yet anyway.
Okay. Oh, wait, these are the same...
All the same questions?
I thought they swapped out. Yeah. Are you sure it was ingested? Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally. But how sure can we actually be about that?
Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but...
Was it knowingly ingested? Yeah. I feel like it was. It's like, what? They drank together, right? Oh, is that how it built up to 21 then? Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Isn't it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure?
Well, no, not really.
I thought I could just ask everything. Wait. I mean, you know what? That makes sense. I shouldn't have done that. That was a dumbass move.
You could argue or speculate about what caused the respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because his heart and lungs stopped working.
Right. Thank you for that. Okay. And what the heck? I can only stop when I get to 21, right? An option to stand? More credits! No. Well, when I asked if it was ingested, it gave me a 2. Whereas the delta to blame gave me a 3. So if I asked ingested again, would it give me another... Oh no, if I asked delta, would it give me a 3 and then I'd hit 21? Can you really be sure it's never seen? Oh wait, it didn't even give a card. Only simulations. Oh, maybe it wants me to press the other one then. Was unknowingly suggested. But it was though, right? How So it's like there are 3 points of the argument and you find the 2 weak ones to press on? Or to talk on, to ask questions and press on? Is that the idea? Knowingly could be different things. Fuck it, we ball. But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly?
Well, we can't be sure of that.
Oh wait. That he knew that he was, okay. That he knew that he was drinking it. Okay. I thought it meant like, oh, how do we be sure that he was the one who, yeah, he drank it? And I was like, we have witness testimony, don't we? Okay. That he knew. Okay. Tucks hair behind ear.
Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy.
Yes, and cameras.
You said it must have been a liquid, yes?
Would it have to be would it have been a large amount?
Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have just been just a drop.
The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes?
Pause for speculation, Your Honor.
Withdrawn.
Oh man, I wanted to jump on her case.
Seems like that's...
Blackjack!
The world. Are you playing Arcana? Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say?
Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation.
So there are other explanations for what happened?
Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor.
It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor.
The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened, undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare, it is technically possible.
I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak. But I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage. Am I yawning?
Detective Reese, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene.
Oh no. Rias is gonna totally destroy my throat. Not that it's not already destroyed. What is it again?
Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? They did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home's security console, located in the kitchen. What did they do? What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there.
She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for Boot Hill authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people.
The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics' security division, we searched the entire building, but we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So, what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So, it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself.
She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle, but I know that there are a number of blind spots that they are not willing to admit to. Oh boy. Okay. Upright cup. David's cup. Poison. Asher met with the witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m. he was dead. He's the one who prepared their drinks, right? That's still true. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Right. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Oh, well, there's... Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. And there was no poison anywhere else. You can't actually support. Right. Saying that it was a cup that he poisoned. So what was it? It was David's cup, the upright cup, and poison, right? Where he died. Forensic analysis shows... Oh, it's inconclusive, right? So, like, there's no actual proof that the poison was in the cup. The Delta poison, I mean. Probably. What was the other one? This is the upright cup, which was Young's. Saliva, no traces of foreign elements. Yeah, that's fine. And then poison. One of sometimes. Okay. It's many similarities to the chemical the present drug. No additional traces found. Oh wait, or here, look. No additional traces found anywhere at the crime scene or in David's penthouse. Well, that's even more. Yeah, it's probably poison then. Don't know how I missed that one, but yep. Oh wait, no. Can't actually support. So if it's the poison, as in the poison wasn't found anywhere else, right? He used to produce drinks, drinks and poison, and there was no poison anywhere else. So like, oh wait, no! Oh my god, I'm a dumbass. No, it is still the cup. I thought it was like, oh yeah, they scanned the whole premises, including the cup. Okay. No, it is still the cup, his cup. That has inconclusive results. I think. So, the poison could have been in the cup, we're not sure, right? Because it's inconclusive. Like, what if, like, I don't know how chemistry works, like, what if something was in the cup and then he drank it and then, like, something else, like, in his body changed it? How poison is question mark? Yes. I don't know. But it's inconclusive, it's not for sure. Okay, yeah, and the cup that he himself poisoned, like, Oh god, wait. Oh god, wait. David's cup. Okay, I forgot about the time. Yeah! You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was in fact poisoned.
You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve? Do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though, I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone.
Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense.
As we're all aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that.
Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination.
Fire away, baby! Fire away?
Baby. Ria's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what happened. Okay. So, show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. Alright. Anyone else in the building ever seen poisoning himself? We have been poisoned off camera. Well, yes, we know there are people in the building, so let's not ask that one. Yeah. So, ever seen poisoning himself? Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night?
No. Seems he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor.
He had already poured. In that case, the next question would be... the next questions need to be when and what. Oh, it's different. Any poison in the kitchen. Detective Rias, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No.
No, but also we kind of knew that.
That was a fast answer.
Well, it's a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think?
What about in his lab? His bedroom? His basement?
No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse.
Right. They never found any poison. No poison at all. What about a poison container? A poison container? Fuck is... Oh, as in the poison is gone and it was just a thing that held the poison. At any point in the investigation, was poison found in the body? At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased?
No.
He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers?
Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why?
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Could he have been poisoned off camera? Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera?
Possible. I don't know how else it would have been done. But that just goes to show, it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was—
Ah! No. You're right. Shit, that's not where I wanted to lead the conversation. It might certainly seem that way, yes. Call that. Call what? Off camera, and he by himself. Oh, you can't prove that. Well, I'd assume that even if there aren't cameras in like the basement or whatever, there are probably cameras leading up to his place. Like if there was like, for example, a third party or something hiding in the off-camera part, right? They would have been seen entering, at least, I feel like. I don't know. Anyone else in the building? The only people you were, well, maybe it is this point. The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct?
Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else.
Are there many parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera?
Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them.
So it's possible that there were other people there that night, because cameras weren't watching every room.
No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them were there that day.
What about before that day? Okay. Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective.
What point?
Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? That Sarah poisoned him for reasons. If... That's maybe. No, I feel like it has to be in some other way. Because there, like, you know, because there wasn't anything suggesting that someone brought poison to his house. Or that that poison was in the house at all. You know? Like, I feel like he must have drank something that he wasn't supposed to drink, but like wasn't designed to kill. It's like, whoops, I tossed this Tide Pod in there. Didn't mean to do that. Like, you know, Sarah was never searched, right? No, I'd assume she was. They did like a tox, what is it called? Tox report or something on her. So like they tested her to see if she had any poison substance or anything ingested. So I'd assume that she was also searched. They wouldn't miss that, right?
What do you mean procure?
Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point.
Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated.
All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill.
Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure.
There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself.
And I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup. Straight from the source.
Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff.
Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery is found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Sold under the product name Nanofacturer.
It is the nano machines, right? He accidentally ate nano machines and he fucked up. I don't know. Or, oh no, or maybe it's like the stuff used to make the nano machines, he just like combined them to make a weird drug.
Oh, I know this one! It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers.
3D printing poisons! That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor.
Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it.
Oh. Even the android can see where this is going.
With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really.
Do you think Randock Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals?
Using the Nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions. So, Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hardcode their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet.
That's... performance he was off camera. It must have been, right?
Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time, in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, Preset 19.
Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing it into Emma's hand the entire time.
Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment to put together a timeline of events as we know them? Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough.
Ooh.
We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And, of course, we all know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor?
Oh. No, that's all fine. She has the timeline correct. You made a mistake. No, that's all the same. Right? I don't know the specific times, but I think it's right. Not at this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate, as we know it.
As you say.
Man.
With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup by placing it inside a nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means. He had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here, no?
Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah?
Adonai, I
had a feeling you'd say that.
Well, Counselor, are we done here?
Ms. Martin is foolproof. Well, we can't say it's foolproof now, can we? Okay. Let me look at the stuff. Oh, manufacturer. A machine capable of assembling organic or inorganic compounds, and even nanomachines after 2 minutes of vacuum sealed mixing. Vacuum sealed mixing? Presets historically exist for compound identical to substance. Not in Noble's factories. Do you think maybe it's not as, yeah, right? Like, it's not as simple as like a fucking soda fountain at a McDonald's where you can just press a button into your cup, but it's like when it finishes, it's not like in a, like you can't just What was the cup made out of? No, the cup was like red Solo cup, right? Oh no, it's plastic. Oh yeah, plastic. Well, I mean, we'll bet on it. my credits. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, or we can go that direction.
Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so...
Feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know?
So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part.
What are you talking about?
Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme! This is a recording of a phone call.
Oh my fuck. Right. Yeah, I think, honestly, I feel like if we were to argue about the vacuum sealed part, we might have missed our chance to do so. Because I feel like that should have been... Wait, no. No. Never mind. I was thinking there was a chance where I passed on something, but that was when she first gave the timeline without the you know, the nanomachine thing. So, but that was fine because that was all accurate. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. My brain got jumbled up. Yeah.
This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter.
Gordon and David's breakup call. If Emma wants to present it here now, then the content must be relevance, Your Honor?
Yeah, that... What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool! Begin playback.
David, your social ineptitude is incriminating you. I never had to... Okay. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Oh. Isaac. You there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Oh no. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah. How have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter?
whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry.
Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I don't want any more apologies from you.
Okay.
And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man. Not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working.
Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or...
Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now.
Isaac,
just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway.
Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know.
Don't worry about it. Really, we're good.
Oh. Okay. So, do you need anything, or should I?
Where did you even get this?
All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended, for quality assurance.
Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill.
Shall we hear the rest?
Oh, wait. Just Right. That's so bad. This man didn't give two fucks about the people he was dating during or after.
It'll be the last time. Last time I let someone... The last time.
Mother.
It might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that?
That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible?
Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just... pity?
Less than 2 hours after Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night.
That was a bad move, Miss Rockford.
Then, if the people have nothing further to add...
I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brained protesters and... But pitying me, here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling.
It's about time for...
Me to call my first witness, no?
I'm gonna keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor?
Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Jess!
Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands?
Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Oh, you were... Oh, okay, so initially when we got news that David had died, it was just that contacted us after, news hit the TV. And Jess is David's secretary type of figure. It also knows our relationship to him. Yes. Thank you for coming here today.
Of course, whatever I can do.
What is your relation to the deceased? Or assistant? There we go.
I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing.
Ultimate silver bullet.
Starling's the only play I have right now. The only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Justice was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long. If I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability.
Right.
Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally?
Of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world.
Sarah! Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him?
Objection calls for speculation.
Intent?
I'm feeling like that's gonna be sustained.
Did anyone ever threaten him?
There were times when he was the focus of negative attention.
How so?
Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop.
Then people would contact him about these conspiracy theories.
Relevance?
Whether or not people wanted to kill him.
Well...
Withdrawn. Miss Darling?
People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up.
Did they ever talk about hurting him?
Yes. But, I always turned those messages straight over to the police.
Yeah, I'm seeing that on record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor?
Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns?
Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that that's what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but...
Did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge, anyone else, about hurting himself?
God, no, never.
Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety?
No.
So, when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself,
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it.
You're saying that you can't believe.
Objection.
On what grounds?
Asked and answered, stalling, and also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy! And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history.
Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So, what the hell is this about?
We have private correspondences that describe.
If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission.
He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing!
Damn, I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record. But I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage?
77%. Approximately.
I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag.
I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how his treatment was covered under his platinum plan.
Platinum? Was his plan not platinum?
I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with.
Transcripts of his phone calls.
I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections.
There's something strange about this evidence. Nothing strange yet. Transcripts of his phone calls? Isaac's call. Phone call that took place was received inside his home. It was automatically intercepted and recorded by the Penumbra 6 security system. Platinum plan. Platinum plan and David had used to schedule and pay for psychiatric appointments on several occasions last year. I don't know what the top plan is, so. Recorded calls. Telephone calls received or made from inside the Noble Executive Apartments building that even particularly interpreted. This is common knowledge among all Noble employees of the facility. Plain delay. Object to anything and everything, I suppose, even if it costs credits. No. No. I don't want to do that. I'm scared. Starling's testimony. Oh. Okay. So what was the thing mentioned? It was transcripts of his phone calls. Not the recordings. Oh. I guess that is a difference, right? Might as well. I'd only be down 11 credits, so... See them? Oh, as in the before I say it's weird. I don't know. Maybe hold out a little bit. Object. No, I don't. Except what she said. No, I do object. Oh. No, I should have. Oh, fuck, I should have. I'm crying. I'm shitting and sobbing. It's fine. We're learning and growing.
Then say that the first time, yeah.
On the grounds of Foundation, where did you say you got this?
It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity.
Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level IV plan, not a platinum plan. Oh, okay, so yeah, the plan is different.
Really? Really?
Yes, really. It's all there in the record.
This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. He was also seeing his psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp.
Sure, easy enough to make that assumption. But that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist from Noble's spying. No, he was smarter than that. David hid his psych treatments from Noble. Jan's testimony. Drank with David before he didn't see him at property camp bridge. Evaluation. Oh. Oh. Recorded calls. All billion calls are recorded and monitored by Noble. Autopsy. Died from respiratory failure. Unknown substance in blood. That's what I was thinking too. Right? It's like, how could he have hid that when all the calls were recorded? All building calls though. If he technically left the building, that feels like I don't know. Anyway. In one move, you lost everything. Yes! We high rolling. Okay. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Oh, that's why having the phone transcripts is weird. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded.
That's...
David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy?
Apparently yes, since I'm standing here with the evidence that shows exactly that.
99% of lawyers quit before they hit it big. Does it though?
Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor?
Still not done decrypting?
Well, it's difficult to...
Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle... I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. Unsubstantiated claims.
What are you...
I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in the act of corporate espionage. Oh. What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months.
Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, Counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God.
David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself.
And he was also your personal. You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, Counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months, your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know.
That is...
Sorry, but like, did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when the girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am.
With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. Is Monday relevant? It's like, basically the idea is that if they rule that David Asher committed suicide and had like mental health issues, it could throw like Noble's reputation of like their androids, like that could go down, because they'd be like, oh my god, the androids were being designed and created by a mentally ill man or something. And you know, economically that would be bad. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court would allow.
That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding.
That's fine, Your Honor.
As you were, Counselor.
At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here, and she only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So, please, tell us, when exactly did he last... contact you? Because he had talked to Sarah about David being like, oh, like, it's like, give this thing to Morgan, and the thing was, or not Sarah, sorry. Starling was like, oh yeah, David told me to give you the thing in his safe, and the thing in his safe was Sarah. But was it in person? Gasp. Oh no. Oh, I know. I can probably look at... Oh. I was like, damn, I don't remember. What the fuck do you think the evidence thing is for? Starling's testimony. About that. Right. Shit. No, it's not here. Oh, I forgot if it was in person or if it was a call that Starling had with David. No, it was in person. It was in person. It wouldn't be a call because then it would be recorded, right? It was in person. Oh boy. When was the last time that he and you...
Problem, counselor?
I only get one chance here. Can't waste it on frivolous questions. Just doing a vocal exercise. Did I get it wrong? Thanks so much.
What a sweetheart. Unlike me.
Ah! Duly noted. I've got spare credits, yeah, but... Not see you. Meet you at HQ. Contact you. Fuck. Was it just contact then? Fuck it. Okay. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling?
Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth.
Oh. Oh, okay. There we go. So that was before... Or no, after. Or 6:30. What? You know what? Just let it play out.
There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honor?
Relevant. Well, I mean, yeah, right? We're here. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence this whole trial. Call from Porter at 6:30. $6:30, 6:29 to 6:36. Oh, as in like what? Like soon after he just started working again, so he's like, it's fine, his mental health is fine. Like, what is it?
What? Oh, I just got chills. Don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about.
On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Okay, yeah. It's like, basically it happened after the call with Porter, where they broke up, right? But then right after, like after the call with Porter, he's texting Starling and like everything's fine essentially. So it would point to his mental state being okay. Objection. David never cared about Porter, and that's why breaking up with him did not affect him at all mentally. Objection. Objection. David was a piece of shit in that regard. Okay. Select and place cards from your hand onto the slots in chronological order left to right. You can pick a card back up and place it in another slot if you change your mind, or use return to undo the last card you placed down. Fill all slots to submit your answer. Okay, so first is... David feigns Jan's testimony. So first is Isaac's call. And then Starling texts. And then Jan's testimony. And then he faints. Right? Raise this up. Okay. Right, so Isaac calls and then Starling texts him and then, you know, he drinks with Young and then he dies. Yes, that's it. Okay. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after.
The people don't object to that timeline of events, but we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it.
One last question, Miss Starling.
Yeah?
What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher?
Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess.
It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done?
Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner.
Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Oh.
Well, he said it was pretty urgent, so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday.
First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance?
Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. Oh!
To summarize, then, half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guest had arrived. Oh, okay. In my head, I was swirling the information. I was like wondering, like, wait a second, why didn't we mention that David was going to be in attendance, as in he was going to work from home or something? Like, why didn't we hear about that earlier, I guess? And then I remembered, no, wait, when we were talking about this situation, or like the conversation, right? Starling had mentioned that David wanted it to happen on Tuesday, right? Because he didn't like working on Monday, or he didn't like, what was it, on Mondays? Didn't like doing anything on Mondays, right? Which would imply that, you know, the thing that would be happening would involve him, because he would have to be there. Yeah, exactly. His hatred of Mondays was the thing that came up before, and then it was mentioned that, oh no, he wanted you to do this on Tuesday morning. So, because if he was like, I'm not gonna be there, it would be fine if it happened on a Monday. Okay. Or really any day. Okay. Half an hour after he had already had his breakup, and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday.
That's right, he was.
Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night.
Yeah, you're right. That's...
Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumption about his mental state ought to be re-examined?
That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal?
If the court will just allow a moment.
Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves, who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life? Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his nanofacturer from inside the house.
Adonai. Not right.
Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the nanofacturer.
Adonai!
Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor?
Sure, why not throw away your momentum?
I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. Can't afford to let Rockford.
I've gained access to the hard drive's files.
What? Seriously?
As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate.
Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night?
I have the file.
Have you watched it?
I thought you'd want to know right away.
I suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart.
That seems quite risky.
It's the least risky path to victory we have, seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Big twist, he really did. Yeah, right? Like, can you imagine? After all that effort, we get the footage and it's like, oh, nope, it was just him. What was that?
Yes, Adonai.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
I'm awake.
And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence. New security footage?
The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the Penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. It was Morgan again, actually. Don't know, I ever forgot about that. The thought did cross my mind where I was like, what if it's just Morgan again? She's just like leading us around. But like, the more information that happened, the more I was like, yeah, no, it's not. Yes, Miko. Winning is, well, not losing is definitely happening. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system.
You... what?
The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup, because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera.
Because he must have positioned his own drink off camera.
Exactly.
What?
That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the nanofacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38. What? Meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself.
One clip of footage will prove all that?
If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better to be the Joker who dances.
The data has been entered into the court record.
Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement.
Yes, Adonai, I'll search for it now. Here.
On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. Oh, there. David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving.
At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were.
Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him?
Is there sound?
None at all.
Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups...
Counselor?
What's that android doing on camera?
I was also worried about...
It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups.
Shit. Sarah, that's bad. That's not... I was wondering, because, like, you know, if it's like, oh, there were only 2 people in his place, like, who else could have poisoned him? It's like, well, there was the android downstairs, but no.
That machine never stepped on camera upstairs. Not once. We didn't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted.
Shit.
What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared.
Understood.
Please, someone. I don't know what's going on.
Sarah, you need to shut down.
Please, tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have callers available?
Sarah, shut down now.
Oh, Adonai, please, tell me what I...
That's an order.
Is it off?
Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it.
We don't know about that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore.
That's...
Your Honor, in light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed.
Congratulations, Counselor Morgan.
Yay. Chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. Nap time for Sarah. Oh no. Looks at the time. Double oh no. 8:47. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot, a true— wait a second. No, wait. Does her thingy have, like, the you can't harm humans rule? Remember? What is it called again? Or where was... Oh no, that's the price. It's probably not here specifically. I forgot what the name was called. Starts with a T. Tenets. Yeah. Does Sarah have like the tenet where it's like, you can't harm people? Has small flaws? Not sure about that, but the androids have tenet rules which are like basically like lines they can't cross. Something. Okay. Right. The android. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye.
Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows.
Oh.
As if I'm
Okay, so... You know what? No,
as if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford?
I'm afraid not, Your Honor.
You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treaties. That's what I like to do. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness.
won't someone toil away under the police state? Won't someone toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats?
And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI.
She can barely bring herself to say it.
And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So what did it do exactly?
Or
Torture the animal? Shut down a hospital? Crash a corn market?
We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator.
You mean Dr. Asher? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number?
Case ID is 241277A. Docket number YT984318282.
Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that?
YT984318282.
I think I lost you after first date.
I have it copied here.
And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature?
A data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All of any hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes.
sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done, no debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah, not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it.
That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot?
Of course, there are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend.
Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled a request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend.
Right, Morgan?
I'm sorry?
I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already.
Yep, keeps things nice and simple.
It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but
But nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments.
yes, couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh, I guess it just implies that Sarah did violate the tenants then.
Straight from the textbook, almost.
Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should have never been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. If anyone's to blame, it's...
No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI.
I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. And pointless. Spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Oh. Watching stupid movies and trying to papier-mâché an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. BIT. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow, despite knowing it had nothing to feed on. Stupid. From the distant corners of Morgan's brain. No, that's wrong!
Morgan? What was that, Counselor?
I said objection.
And, what are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan?
I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do.
I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, Counselor. But there's nothing to defend.
On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself.
Pardon?
You say that this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets.
Obviously.
And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison.
All true, and no laws broken on your part.
Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. Oh, I didn't mean to... Okay, hold on. You aren't guilty of any crime. Describes David's employment and fireable offenses like fraud. Loki, I don't know what. About the papers? Oh, hello. Superior judge at the highest circuit likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs, dislikes parking lots, noise pollution, mud, avoids overspending on restaurants, splurges on expensive hotels. Relaxes by watching action movies. Okay. Effective immediately. Signed by David Asher over 2 weeks ago. Does that mean that Sarah is technically our android at the time of the murder? Is that what this is? What was What the hell was the handgun? Was that even here? No. Okay. That's whatever. That's a red herring. And then Davis contract. Right? She's been yours for weeks, right? Okay. No, it's probably the papers then. No, no, no. Wait, hold on. All right. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android.
What the hell are you doing?
And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights.
Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here, you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished.
Because you're wrong.
And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special.
Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty, and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction, other than feelings of personal attachment? Oh, we're gonna say, oh man, you have no idea how much she's worth. I'm about to get rich from this android and all these credits. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or a very convincing number.
Hey you. What is that?
That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market.
You've got to be...
I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you.
That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact.
It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests.
Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AI and ads. Spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media. This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. Public needs answers now.
Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect.
So?
The state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted.
Don't be cute. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day. Tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you have enabled.
Yes, Your Honor.
D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth. by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubt about the outcome of this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
And now, I need to go lie down.
Can I come?
You can power down.
Does this go on to another day? I thought, oh man, wow, when they said it was longer, they weren't fucking kidding. Dot, 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 dot.
Morgan?
Huh?
I misjudged you.
At what point?
Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water?
That is so sweet of you to say, Emma.
There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth even.
You're gonna make me blush.
People talk about your kind, like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why?
Not sure exactly.
For David?
Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Yes, I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world.
You're more high-minded than I realized. I'm sure you sure you're in the right line of work?
Can't see myself doing anything else.
Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days.
I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. Oh boy, 9:31 a.m. July 2nd, 2086. Precinct 254. Homicide Office. Did we wrap up? They said second day! Okay, maybe it's extending into more stuff later, so it is technically. But it'd be technically the same case. I don't know. Whatever. I'm gonna shut up. So, is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they got it collared? Is a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. So long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So, how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. Have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the android industry? If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state
Has done it plenty of times before,
not since the 60s.
which wasn't that long ago for me. Well, for the state, it's practically yesterday.
So, the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or bidding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity.
Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer, see if it has attendance or not? Pop the hood, as they say.
Who says that?
A lot of people used to say it.
Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion.
They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. Then why the collar?
Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with a lock and key.
Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same thing. It's the same reasoning they had at the witch trials.
Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station?
Lie detectors? Yeah, got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, respiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the bot, are you?
All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asks for them, do they?
Nope. No. We get perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but DAs never submit the results as evidence.
You ever wonder why?
Guess I always figured it was because the tests could be beaten.
The tests can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets, or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt.
Paralegals. Oh wait, you're right. Oh my god. Wow, Sarah, you really are our Maya.
People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake.
Yes, please. Okay, like, is because they were like, come back tomorrow. Is that tomorrow within this chapter, or is that next chapter? Because if it's within this chapter, I should definitely stop.
Don't match your initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake.
They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt.
So they can run a trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury.
They don't get a vote anywhere.
Hang on, Loki, I was a little bit distracted. What are we saying?
You'll never trust a machine more than your own intuition, and no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. They run a trial, choose a sentence, but they don't get a vote on jury. Yeah, they don't get a vote anywhere.
Yeah. Why bring it up then?
Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah. But your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test, or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. And we still fall back on the drumhead court-martial. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. It may take more than one shot to... Wait, from outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. And it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights, but I do. Including a reasonable or a reasonable expectation of privacy. A police station? Tiger, you don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. Not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality. You don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. you might be going through. Oh, you're right. In the middle of the sentence. Okay. But I also can't just... Look. I'm gonna get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know? It's jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. 9:53 a.m. July 2nd, 2086. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like, all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like, it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you gonna wake up when I tell you to this time? Or are we gonna have to do the whole meet cute over again?
Where am I? Why don't I know where I am?
For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How does it feel?
What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Mother. What happened?
Oh.
What are they going to do to me?
There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP.
Because they think I killed father.
No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence.
I am man-made. I possess intelligence.
Don't be naive.
I am less than 3 years old.
Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull.
If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die?
Also, I might as well save after that whole thing. I can't read this right now. I'm sorry. Nationalize the collar. I can kind of guess. What was that? Oh, okay. Why does it mean I have to die? No, right? There's no way they're doing the court today. You're right, but I don't know. Oh, shit, I probably should have ended it earlier, huh? No logical reason. There's no logical answer to your question.
What? That's it? But
Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible.
But why?
Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good?
Yes?
Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical.
There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is.
How you think, so you're smarter.
Yes.
You're smarter than the garbage collector.
Yes?
So, we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you.
That is... I am more aware. A lot.
Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter? The fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated, or abandoned, or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table.
I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist.
The very fact that you're asking is what makes people
Disgusted? Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary.
That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy.
Why? I'm not going to be given a trial.
Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line.
Adonai?
The state can't destroy my property without first proving that you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI.
Just like the devil's proof.
What? No, that's a different thing. Why did you say it like that? Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna save it here. This is as close as we get to a stopping point because I fucked up and we went a little further. Fuck. is an impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. Oh. I'm crying. My plan for I should have just I'm a fool. Every day I look in the mirror and I see a clown staring back at me. Friday Street. Girl. No, I can't. I gotta. I can't. Okay. Great. Find out next time on Thursday, unless plans change and I can actually stream tomorrow, which I don't know if that will happen. So Thursday. In your bedroom, good times. Oh my god. Alright, bye.